Hey everyone, this is day 12 where I will be going over Imperius, Jaina, and Johanna. Imperius is from Diablo. He is one of the angels from the Angelus Council, which he's actually the leader of the council. The council is made up of 5, which you would actually recognize 4 of them are in HOTS. The last one is the Archangel of Fate. So we are focusing on Imperius, who is the Archangel of Valor. His tier, I would put him at medium. Celestial Charge is a good AoE stun. He scales very well at 20. Because Brand of Solarian is definitely worth the 20 slot. Familiarity, I play him a lot. And he has okay sustain and survivability. These 2 heroics, one is an instant shield, which I like taking because it is instant. Also has a nuke part if you don't lose the shields. Other one is I won't really call it initiation because it's pretty short and has pretty long cast time. But this it's good during the team fight to just delete the person you grabbed because they are stunned afterwards.
The gods are in all things. Yeetar has raised me to new heights.
The upgrades to his heroics. This one gives a half actually, it's like a 70% of a shield to allies. Also has the sword fire effect. And the other one is just cooldown reduction when you consume brands for Celestial Charge. Or what's it called? Wrath of the Angelus. And he also heals when casting it. That one I would probably change. Just so it's less spammy. His other 20s, Brand of Solarian gives him insane damage. If you grab every all those brand talents, such as a percentage based one and other brand talents like Flash of Anger. And his last 20 is like, it's like Hardened Skin, but it's only for spells. And he can reduce the cooldown. Most modified Hardened Skins can do this. Actually, no, that's not exactly true. I would probably change that too, because if you want to be tanky, then you could just take the tanky ulti. So I could free up a slot there. Also don't like the cooldown reduction. For his talents, we can see he has a lot for each ability, besides Solarian's Fire has the least. So maybe I could add a third one to that. He can get cleave, which is kind of unique for a few hits. It kind of makes sense on him because he can consume multiple charges at once and apply multiple charges. Brand with W and E. And I mean Q if you can actually grab multiple enemies and then attack. He also has a teleport, Valorous Pursuit. It's like Vorpal Blades from Zertal. I feel like it doesn't really fit him. You have an actual teleport. So I would probably remove that one.
Continue to serve.
Much better.
So we can go over some of the talents. I know for charge, first one is just cooldown reduction when he consumes brands, so I would probably change that one. As Flash of Anger, which if he consumes a charge brand, he gets shields and deals AoE damage, I believe. Oh no, it deals flat single target damage. And he has one that weakens enemies and one that buffs him greatly. I'd probably combine the two speed talents into one. You can see it reduces their damage and slows them for 4 seconds, greatly hindering them. This one buffs your MS and AS. And the AS buff is actually per target hit, so you get insane attack speed if you hit multiple targets. I would change that into one talent just to make it just to make it cleaner and have save some space. Let's call it like turn the tides and pretty much make it you steal the speed from the enemy's hit, 20% of a MS slow, or let's say like 5 seconds. This is what, 25 for 4 seconds. Say 20% for 5 seconds. You get 20% MS for 5 seconds. And then let's slow their AS and still their damage by 40%. And yeah, you still get 40% AS per target. I believe you technically get the MS after using charge and you don't have to hit a hero. Let's make it so you do actually have to hit something. So you can't just run away with this one, because charge goes through cliffs. Kind of looks weird doing that, but it does. So let's say turn the tides. Celestial charge slows MS. Slows MS and MS by 20% and AS by 40% on it. Gain steals. steals MS by 20%, AS by 40% on hit for 5 seconds. AS stacks on you. AS stacks on AS stacks. AS buff stacks on you. AS stacks on you. Cluster charge steals MS by 20% and AS by 40% for 5 seconds. AS stacks on you. Okay. Flash of Anger is good. Impaling Light, I would. I mean, also increases the end damage, final damage. Maybe I increase the stun duration instead of cooldown reduction. So you stun for 0.25 seconds for each brand on the enemy. And I think it should exclude itself because the brand is applied afterwards, right? I don't think, because it shouldn't consume itself. Hey, what's up? Like I was saying, Impaling Light, I would change the cooldown reduction to instead be increased stun duration by 0.25 seconds per brand. Solarian's Fire only has 2 talents. Consuming Flame focuses on the sweet spot, which is the center. It's also where it slows. I would probably remove the mana refund just to make the spell less spammable. But I could buff some of the other effects just to compensate. Slow would be 55%. Maybe let's just buff the damage. Damage bonus to 150% and slow to 20%. The other one, Blaze of Glory, you can use this before charging. So it detonates while they're stunned if you delay the charge by about a second. I might just lower the delay slightly because it is, I think, kind of hard to land.
To the front lines.
Choose a talent. Choose a talent.
Let me just show Impaling Light, I believe. You can see the brand on him after you use it. And this is Blaze of Glory. Well, I mean, he doesn't really run away from me. The plan is to maybe make the delay 1 second so you can pretty much guarantee combo this. So 2 seconds, you have to wait a while. Throw it, wait, and then stun. So that would be a buff to that talent by a pretty decent amount because I don't think much people take Solarian's fire talents. So I would say delay reduced to, actually it's pretty hard, to 205 damage. Maybe let's say 1.5 seconds. If we accommodate for a bit of the travel time with Celestial Charge. The rest of the effect deals damage. Deals additional damage with marks, but doesn't consume them. I never used this, so I can't talk much about that part. Molten Armor heals you. And you can use this against minions, but it's better against heroes because this only heals when you're fighting heroes. So yes, his 4 tier is his sustain tier. He has increased armor there, and they can extend the duration. Base is 3 seconds. Yeah, it's good to make him tankier because, like I was making for Illidan, his immolation is the opposite, just pure damage. So Imperius can be tankier with his molten armor. That one's good. Divine Rage helps the uptime of molten armor, especially since you can proc on itself, because it ticks every like 4 seconds. Every 4 times a second. So yeah, you can just pop it and start attacking, and then the cooldown of molten armor would actually reduce itself. I usually take off cooldown reduction talents, but this one only kicks in when you're fighting heroes. So I think this one does fit him as a brawler playstyle. So that one's fine. This one I never use. Heal of Battle. Best case scenario, it heals 200%. So 3 times healing, I think. I feel like the healing's really minor. I don't think you'll ever really feel that one. I might just throw that away. Melting Touch, it helps with his burst. It's also good for teamfight because you can molten armor any like, melee guys around you. That one's good. His trait, he has a few talents. This one is, which pretty much makes him the melee Tychus, since it is percentage based damage. With 3 marks, it's 7.5% of their HP as pure damage, because percentage based damage is unaffected by armor. And you have 3 stacks of that with Brand of Solarian, which that and Flash of Anger, you hit very hard every hit. And then I usually take this one, Bell Hunger, Flash of Anger. Take this one, this one, this one. The AS boost is insane, especially if you hit multiple heroes. And Brand of Solarian. So these 2 traits are fine. They both affect each of the 2 parts of the brand, which is heals bonus damage and heals you. I said I would remove Valor's Pursuit because it's weird for him to have a teleport. He gets bonus armor there, but you can pick armor earlier through this one or this one. And armor doesn't stack, so this armor part feels like a waste. Brand of Solarian is good, and definitely worth the 20 slot. And then we can talk about his other talents. Press forward. I believe he usually solo lanes in the normal game. I can't say much for that because I play ARAM only. And this should help for soul because there's always one globe in the wave. And then he can extend the duration of the heal. That one's fine. Holy Fervor, like I said, is pretty unique to give a hero cleave. Guessing Molten Armor. I might move this into Solarian's Fire if possible, because I feel like this doesn't have enough love. Cooldown is 8 seconds. Because this also can easily apply the brand to multiple enemy heroes. Let's say casting Solarian's Fire grants you Holy Fervor for 2 attacks. And hitting enemy hero with the center grants an additional 2 attacks. You're also rewarded for hitting the center, because all 3 of these talents would. So yeah, I'd move this into Solarian's Fire. Using get 2 stacks and using Solarian's Fire and 2 additional and 2 plus more when hitting hero with center. 2 plus. So yeah, I probably move this into a different tier than 7, so you can take both Solarian's Fire Talents. I probably push one of them to maybe around 13. So I said for the 2 heroics, I find both of them good. Heavenly Host was fine for 20. I might just buff the ally shield to match yours. Would that be too strong? Because let's say like a Vala has about 1500 HP, half of their HP as shields, but lasts very brief. I mean, the damage part also matches your ulti, so yeah, let's might as well. Ally shield increased to 850. I was going to change Unrelenting Descent. For this one, An AoE grab, like the Haka has isolation, it turns into AoE on impact. Or something that is based on brands, once again. Let's say stronger effect based on the number of brands they have, like this one. But I mean, the ulti also just does damage and stuns. So. Or we could give it actually a insane cast range boost as a 20 because it's pretty short range. It is 6 range. And you can move them for a distance. Oh yeah, increasing the range. It actually is more like materials, ultimate, judgment. This guy is more an AoE guy. Yeah, let's actually add AoE as to 20. Yeah, let's 80 seconds, long ulti. So the 20 is reworked into Wrath of the Angiris, grabs all heroes around the target within, say like 2 range radius, I mean. I think it was just check the Hakas. Let's see how big it is. This is like 3.5. Wow, it's actually huge. This is a repositional. Yeah, 2 range is fine within 2 radius. And then I wanted a new 20 for there. But we'll get to that. How many things did I take out? I took out 2 talents. 3 talents, actually. Each of his talents have 3. Each of his abilities have 3 talents. I could add some more. Or maybe think about some hybrid talents. But he has damage through brands. He has 1 attack speed talent. Some armor. The only slow is delay. Maybe give him MS for each brand on the enemy team. So the possible is 3 brands per hero, 5 heroes is 15. But let's make the effect maybe reach the cap at like 3 heroes, 9 brands, or let's round to 10. And say 3% increased movement speed per brand, per active brand. We could have that early so you can also chase easier with that. That would replace this one. Yeah, this would be a brand. All this. Just take the name Valorous Pursuit. Gain 3% movement speed for each active brand. Or I think we just call it Mark. Oh, things that are worth 16. This is definitely a 16 talent. This one is usually a 16 talent, minus in armor at like 20 or 25 here. And about 15 to 20 here. It's pretty standard for many heroes. So this one is fine. This one got demoted greatly. It'd probably be moved to around here, I think. We like switch this one here. And then we can have a 16 for Solarian's Fire or something else. Maybe something super niche like something that counters blind, because blind will stop him. Wait, consumed even if he's blind. Waste. What? Consumed even if he is blind. You have something, yeah, like something that circumvents that weakness. Let's call this Righteous Strike. Attacks against enemies. Attacks against enemies with marks will not miss. Passing through blind and evasion. Circumventing. Won't miss. Attacks against enemies with marks won't miss. Circumventing, blind, plus evasion. Let's say slash. So this would actually be a pretty niche counter pick of a talent. With molten armor, constantly applying marks against enemy, it pretty much lets you attack them like normally. I think that can be a 16. And then we have, I think, one more slot. Maybe just skim through his lore. Valor. And let's maybe have another one for his trait. Which we put it here. Let's call it Athelheim. Valorous brand healing applies to nearby allies. Helps you be a team fighter. And this helps you share your crazy healing with this 20. This would probably be like a 13-ish talent. And I think that's all its talents. Just wait a second. Or maybe make this the other 20. Maybe make this the 20. You can pick between the selfish one and the allied one. Because you can heal 75 per mark. Times 1.8, which makes this about 140. That's per mark though, so if you have 3 marks, you can heal 420. And that's actually a significant amount. Yeah, I would be tempted to try that. We have Brand of Solarian, stays at 20. And then we have the allied one, Athelheim. Put these. This one stays at 1. Actually, all of these can stay at 1. Those 3 are fine there. So you have the 2 armor in the same tier. You can pick one or the other. We have Flash of Anger. Let's actually push this one down, because this helps burst the enemy. And then if we move this one down, you can take both talents to help burst the enemy even more. At 13. Then 16 you have this one. So we will leave Holy Fervor as 7. Get 2 stacks when using Solarian's Fire and 4. Which is, yeah, sense. And +2 when hitting hero at center. I would say +1 per hero. Per hero hit. +1 per hero hit. Center. No, let's say +2 per hero hit. Per hero hit with center. Now let's just say +1. So worst case scenario, you get 2. Best case scenario, you get 7. And then you have attack speed of like, you actually attack slower than 1 attack per second. Pretty much all your attacks would cleave within, and then 8 seconds would pass, and then you could Solarian's Fire again. Yeah, get 2 stacks when using Solarian's Fire, and +1 stack per hero hit with center. We had Flash of Anger still there. And then we also would have Valorous Pursuit. Gain 3% movement speed for each active mark. Yeah, that's fine. We have the 2 heroics. 16, we have this one, which is the combined talent, steals speed. The numbers pretty much match up, 20% there, 40% there. And this one is adjusted to 5 seconds of slow, 20% there, and we are using 40% AS slow. Melting Touch. What's Divine Rage? Oh, that's up there. Melting Touch is here, and then we have the niche one, Righteous Strike. And then the rest is at 13. We have... Wait a second. Do we have one more? Oh, we removed 4. Removed 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think we added... only... We added 1, 2... 3. Yeah, we actually have space for 1 more. Maybe something that affects healing. Like if you want healing received when low, we could change this into like a generic passive. Something like, let's call it Heat of Battle. Gain healing received 30% is a lot. Maybe one gain 0.25% healing received per 1% health missing. Gain 0.25% healing received per 1% health missing. So this goes up to 25% healing received, which allies can heal you more. You can obviously heal yourself more through marks. And then it's not two molten armor talents at the same tier, so they don't conflict. You don't have to pick one or the other. Gain 0.25% healing received per 1% health missing. I think that's good. Okay, that's everything for Imperius. Next is Jaina. She is from Warcraft. I think she is pretty prominent in WoW. But her moveset is from Warcraft 3, the Archmage moveset. I mean, it's not like Jaina's only an ice caster or something, which it might feel like that's depicted in HOT. Archmage has Blizzard, which is her second. It's Channeling, but it's not in HOT. Water Elemental, which was moved to her ulti. This one, a lot of heroes have auras in Warcraft 3. So we can maybe make a nod to that. Link's aura. Mass teleport. Yeah, that's probably not going to be implemented in any way other than having a blink.
Initialization in progress. Prepare for combat.
Can't say I'm happy fighting beside you.
Be silent and I may yet tolerate your presence.
Tier probably medium. She has decent AoE damage
Time remaining.
at 16
10 seconds.
numbing blast, which roots helps her a lot.
5, 4, 3.
Familiarity, I'm medium with her.
Let the battle begin.
Oh, and we're fighting a Jaina, so let's see Jaina in action.
A friend has need of
Yeah, if I did mention it before, she's probably one of the first heroes. I have like about 12, so she's pretty old. Maybe a notable fact about her is she is actually very good at sieging for a mage. And is mana efficient. Because she has some mana talents and they refund when hitting any enemies, not just heroes. So unlike KO, who is mana hungry, Jaina is not.
Complete.
We can see her ults. The other ulti is Ring of Frost. It's a delayed ulti that hits just in an outer radius of a ring. So you can dodge it by going inwards when she casts it.
A talent.
And her trait is what's her probably her signature, which is abilities slow and enhance her ability damage by 50%. So she pretty much crits when she hits with a second instance of spells. So you can see Blizzard.
Hero.
Hits hard because it hits 3 times, so the second and third hits would be amplified by itself. She also has a level 1 quest for her trait, which is to deal damage to heroes that are already chilled. The reward is Advanced Ice Block. And Ice Block was an old talent.
Defeated.
Which I was like phasing out.
Select a talent.
And I would also remove it from her. She has it as a quest only to make it slightly fancy. So yeah, I'd probably just straight remove her quest. Or switch out the reward for maybe one of her trait talents, like one at 20 or something, the 2 stacks maybe. If I wanted to keep the quest. I usually don't like free stuff, so I would probably remove it. Her 20 upgrades for Ring of Frost. It explodes in the center after the outer explodes, so it's actually not safe to go hide in the center, I believe. I need to double check that one. And the other upgrade for Water Elemental, it lets it cast spells at half damage. It'll mimic what you cast and where you casted it. That one helps with her AoE damage. That's Ring of Frost. Also has cooldown reduction. I definitely changed that out. It's like I said, I want less spam and stronger effects. Her Water Elemental also easily applies her trait because its attacks chill and are guaranteed attacks, right? Not skill shots like the rest of her abilities. So she can easily apply kill first by using her heroic. In her other 20s, this used to just be a generic blink. They added a chill for her as flavor. I would probably remove it just because it gives her extra mobility that I didn't want to give her. And this one allows 2 stacks, and that makes sense for to replace her advanced ice block. If I wanted to. I mentioned that she had a lot of mana talents. You had just one there for regen, this one is for hitting, and this one can also refund. So I'd probably taper it down a bit. Maybe just definitely have something related to mana regen to reference Brilliance Aura. The mana regen quest, I believe, was also an old talent. And I phase out old talents. This one you can see was probably based on an attack talent. Maybe Executioner or something, as the picture looks like an attack talent. Icy Veins, she can spam faster and the abilities cost less during that window. That one, I don't feel like it has a reference to anything. So I would probably remove that one, because once again, I'm lowering the mouse spam. Instead of hitting faster, I'd rather she hits harder. So we can go over her abilities. She has some competing talent here, which is armor versus the root. It'd be pretty strong to allow you to get both. I'll think about that. Crossbow, all the crossbow talents are taken at 1 through 7. And Blizzard only has 2, which is ironically taken at 13 and 16. So last year's. Yeah, notably Blizzard is one of the few spells in Warcraft 3 that hits structures. So we can also make a reference to that, maybe. By making it very good against stationary targets. Which I believe you can see through this one, Snowstorm. Greatly increases this damage. So we have Frost, Bolt, Blizzard, and Cone of Cold. Cone of Cold is easy to land because it's, I think, instant or near instant. But it's close range.
Your core is under attack.
The other two, the first one's a skill shot, the second one has a delay. Can't deal with this.
Under attack by hostile forces. Enemy hero terminated. Defeated. Double kill. Alert. Your core is under attack.
I am hoofing it over. In the Lich King's name.
Yeah, I can see that burst damage. Just deletes through my health. That's a good combo. Her 2 heroics. This one, if it does land, is absolute
Attack by hostile.
teamfight changer. 3 seconds of root. Both ultimates are fine. Winter Mute is good. And you also have increased cast range. Cold Snap, let's see. If we remove the cold, each enemy hero hit reduces his cooldown. There's the outer ring, then the center. And then what if we said the outer ring again, or is that too weird? Let me just increase the damage. 310 is actually her highest. So let's just up it even more. So we would replace remove cooldown reduction. Increases damage by 30%. So damage goes up to about 400. Which, with her trait, goes up to like 600. Which is like 40% health of a glass cannon. So which is good. Yeah, this one helps attacks and spamming blizzard. It works against any enemies, so you can siege well with blizzard. But I feel like it's kind of weird tying attacks to her moveset. Frost armor is notably Lich has it, so Kel'Thuzad has something similar to this. And it fits him more, so I would probably remove Frost armor. Defensive wise, yeah, since I'm removing her quest and this one, and maybe the blink, I just neutered her defensive capabilities, but you need to fight to survive. We could definitely have something like Brilliance Aura. Ally heroes regenerate mana 50% faster. So this, I think it's kind of like Malfurion's Innervate. Except this is permanent and for her team. His is actually percentage-based healing, so that's like 4% per second. You could see region is about 3 out of 500, so that's like 0.6% per second. Plus 50% up to almost 1% per second. So I'm not sure about keeping that at 1, but probably pretty early so her team can benefit from it. Anything higher than 50% is probably too efficient. So this is replacing her globe quest. reward for that also. Oh, it adds two flat mana regen per second, which is actually what my Brilliance Aura provides is a lot more than that for her entire team, so that might be too strong. Maybe it should be like 20% for team.
I am the hammer of justice.
20% of base 3 is 0.6 flat. For a whole team, that's equivalent to 3 mana regen per second. That's still higher than the quest when finished. So yeah, 20% should be like fine-ish. The reward, bonus frostbite damage, I could just make that a standalone trait. And her other trait talents, she has increased duration for the slow at 1 from 4 to 6 seconds. The double stack at 20 only affects the slow. We'd have something that instead of duration, it'd probably be stronger slow effect. So that would synergize more with the 20 double stack of slow. Slow is at 25%, I think, 4 seconds. We could easily add the 5% slow there. The 2 stacks is like 60%. 60% is like Arthas is 20. That's advance. And you pretty much cannot escape him at 60% constant slow. For Jaina, it's pretty easy to refresh her slow. She just needs to keep hitting. Frostbite has a very low cooldown for that reason. I could definitely add something like attacks also apply chill and have the bonus chill damage. Instead of her current attack damage talent.
Choose a talent. Very wise. Even darkness incarnate pales before the light. Untouchable! I am the hammer of justice. Force destroyed.
That's it. We got this.
I don't know if I want to make the 2 stacks also apply to the ability damage. And maybe nerf the ability damage slightly. Maybe like 30% to 40% with a talent, and you can double that to 80%.
Life curse you. Appreciate it.
'Cause I took out a lot for defensiveness. Maybe it's had more damage to Jaina.
Much obliged.
So yeah, we have 3 for her trait. Increase slow damage and 2 stacks.
Strong mortal. Honor guides me. This is the end for you. Enemy slain. King destroyed.
Glory to the victorious!
Appreciate it.
Much obliged.
Done, healer. The angels smile on you. By my double kill. Triple kill. Quad kill.
Yeah, we have her trait is Frostbite. We were removing the duration
To you mortals.
and replacing that with bonus damage.
MVP.
And a base nerf to Frostbite. Removed quest and reward. Damage amplification reduced to let's say 30%. Let's say 30%. Just because of everything else that we're about to have. This is 20% frostbite. We have, let's just call it Fingers of Frost. Frostbite damage. Damage bonus increased to 40%. Yeah, increased to 40%. Or increased by 10%. We have a deep chill. Stack also applies to the damage amplification. So that's a change, a very big buff to her nuking. And then we wanted additional slow. We could still use the name Lingering Chill. Frostbite slow increased by 5%. And maybe we could keep the duration 6 seconds. Frostbite slow also increased by 5%. Maybe have this one first because it's just damage, and then we have this one. Increased duration and also slow. Frostbite slow also increased by 5% to 30. And then we can have that double to 60. No, why does it say 40% there? Slow is 25%. And deep chill is 40%. Attack also applies to the damage amplification. Slow is capped to 60%. That's if you have lingering chill, which is also an enormous buff. Because no one should have picked this before. I was removing this one, and I was going to add the new Ice Fury Wand. Attacks apply chill. Attacks apply chill. And also gain bonus damage. Ice Fury Wand, attacks apply chill, and also gain bonus damage. So this, you don't really have to depend on Water Elemental. You get attack, Cone of Cold. Easy. These two are good. This one helps burst. This one helps her land all her abilities. I would probably reduce this one to a 13 talent. It's 25 armor. Let's say 15 armor. Reduced to 15 armor. Northern exposure, because we are demoting that to 13 talent. Numbing blast is good. Ice flows. Also doubles the width. I would probably remove the cooldown reduction. And just keep the 100% width. So you can have... Wait, where's that? So you can have all Cone of Code talents. Like I said, this one helps with sieging against immobile targets. Snowstorm is amazing against buildings. Stormfront. Let's... You cast it at like 10-12 range, I think. Bonus range. Yeah, like 12 range. Stormfront is fine. Maybe have a third Blizzard talent. Maybe a fourth wave? I don't know if that's too much. And change this to 50% increased damage per consecutive wave. And then we could actually demote Stormfront slightly. Let's say cast range to like 50%. So you have 10.5 range, AoE 2.5 plus 30% is 3.25. That one's fine. So yeah, if the fourth wave was here, I think the wave is every 1.25 seconds. Let's call this whiteout. Adds a fourth wave to Blizzard. This could actually be the third thing. This one, Stormfront. Range reduced to 50%. Whiteout adds a fourth wave to Blizzard. And then we have Snowstorm. Each consecutive Blizzard wave deals plus 50% increased damage. So second wave is 150% damage, third wave is 200, fourth wave is 2.5. And then you can have Deep Chill. Oh yeah, Chill actually works on buildings, even though that sounds kind of weird. So she should actually obliterate structures with a single cast of Blizzard. Might be too strong, but let's find out. And then for Frostbite, we have Winter's Reach. It's okay. It helps. And then we have the Pierce, I believe. Yeah, Frost Shards. It's kind of needed. Either shooting through minion wave or during a team fight. This one, Ice Lance. I would remove bonuses because they let you spam more, and I would change this to I don't know if I want armor reduction and make that into the same tier as Cone of Cold's armor reduction. We have these two don't actually increase the damage. We can have Ice Lance to increase the damage. Or maybe increase his damage. Maybe make this percentage based damage. Just cause. And then this would be like 4%. Oh, 4% might be 2%. That really doesn't synergize with the rest of the kit. Let's see. We have range and speed. Here's yeah. Let's look at the mage from WoW. Do they have where's their abilities? Maybe add a mini stun. Because she only has slows and roots. Add a mini stun to interrupt, and then we move Ice Lance to like 13 or 16, maybe. Crossbow stuns for 0.25 seconds. And then we took out a lot of talent. Doesn't really need more damage. We already have a lot of damage. So this, we have one for her trait, and another one. Unless we have two for her trait. One is for 2 stacks of slow. The other is 2 stacks of damage amp. Shields. Do I want to give her shield? No sustain other than that thing and her old ice block. Wait, after the outer wing expires. We have what? 3, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We need like 3 more. We have these 2 frostbites. Three more. I mean, these are WoW spells. Maybe I would let her have ice block. So you can pick your active at, I guess, 13. Or maybe earlier. Yeah, we have icy veins. Does that make sense? Increases cooldown reduction and mana cost. So we have icy veins, ice block. Which just be like the old ice block. Which I think is 3 seconds of invulnerability. We could just check a zero. Yeah, it's 3 seconds. I forgot the cooldown. I think it's about a minute. So we let her pick from 3 actives. The third one would be... maybe... we have invulnerability. Where is Ice Block? I swear I saw it. Ice Block. Ice Block, Icy Veins, and then we can... This one's offensive. The other one's defensive. Thinking either shields or... something. Yeah, let's say those 3 at probably 13. It would be Ice Block, 3 seconds, 60-second cooldown. Icy Veins, I think, has 60-second cooldown. That one's fine. And we would add Ice Barrier. Gain 25% of health as shields for 5 seconds. 60-second cooldown. So you can pick one of these 3 at 13, it seems. I think that's our talents. So we have... I think Ice Lance is 16 just because it adds a stun. Oh, this one stays at 1, the other one can stay at 4. Deep Chill is definitely 20. These 2 can maybe also be picked pretty early. Numbing Blast definitely a 16. Which means Northern Exposure can maybe be a 7. Wait, yeah. 7. Then Ice Flows would be a 4. This could be 7 with -10 armor. For the blizzards, I think one has to be at... wait a second, pretty early. 13. No, actually, what? Oh, I was thinking of actually moving Snowstorm as the other 20. Because Whiteout stays at 16. So then Stormfront can be a 7. These three stay ice block, ice barrier, icy veins. These are actually pick one of these 13s. Maybe make this slightly stronger. 25% would be about 400 health-ish. I mean, she doesn't have much health to begin with. Maybe you make this like 30 to 40%. Let's say 40%. And then we have a slot at 1, 4, and 7. These two can be 1 and 4. And these two can be 4 and 7, I think. This is at 1, and this is at 4. One and 4. The other one's 1 and 7. This is at 1. Brilliance Aura. And then this is at 7. Well, this is some attack talent. So we have Frostbolt, trait, other, and we have Frostbolt, Cone of Cold trait, Blizzard, Cone of Cold, attacks. And then we have the heroics are fine. We pick an active. Three seconds stasis and invulnerability. 16 we have enhanced effect for each of our abilities. Fourth wave adds a stun. The root. And then for 20 we have a very strong blizzard. So you pick between all ability damage and you also get the double stack helps with the slow. Stack also applies to damage amplification, slow is capped to 60%. Or you get the strongest blizzard, which should be worth it at 20 with Whiteout as a fourth wave. So yeah, this is Jaina. So she is a mixture of the Warcraft Archmage and the WoW Mage. And she is done. And lastly, we have Johanna. which I'm excited to do because she is the first of the 003 heroes in HOTS, and these heroes have the most sauce to pick from. So yes, she is the Crusader of 003. They are the Holy class. Replacing the Paladin for 2. Obviously very tanky. In her, let's see, tier, she is I would actually put her at high
Combat preparations.
What Zerg abomination is this?
because she has a lot of teamfight control through Condemn into Punish. This one is good at countering auto attackers, which there usually is one in a RAM.
The battle begins in 10 seconds.
And her ult, I like Blessed Shield. It's a guaranteed stun if you land it because the bounces are guaranteed. Falling Sword is
The gates are open. Go.
okay for allies because it gives them unstoppable. For enemies, you kind of initiate with it, but the stun is really short. Militarity, medium. So we can check and see what her abilities came from in Diablo 3. There is a lot to classes. They have like, I think close to 20 actives. So you can see she has, let's look at her first 3 basic abilities. Punish is right here. Very short range melee ability. Since we're on the topic of Punish, Request for Punish hit 4 heroes is probably one of the hardest to finish because the enemies shouldn't be standing that close to each other at like point blank range of you, especially for 4 people to do this. But I won't change that quest. Other than probably pushing it to 1 so you can attempt to unlock it earlier. You can see Punish is an attack. It increases block chance. Block is you could maybe call it armor in HOTS because there's no RNG. Block is just RNG 100% damage reduction. I don't
That's why I make the big bucks.
think this spell is AoE. I think it's a single target attack. The punish in HOTS is more closely to like a sweep attack maybe, because it has some AoE to it.
Choose the talent.
This literally just does AoE damage. The AoE is kind of big. So for other spells, Condemn is here. And we have Shield Clear. And then, same thing, there's a delay before... before the pull. Or actually, the pull is with a rune, I believe. Vacuum, yeah. So that's where the pull came from.
Learn from this and come back stronger.
And then Shield Glare, yes, blinds. It's a lot smaller AoE in HOTS. On also a lot weaker effect. Her ultis are Blessed Shield and Falling Sword. Blessed Shield, Falling Sword. So they added a stun to Blessed Shield because it's her heroic. Even though it's like a primary spell in Diablo. They chose this one to make into a heroic. It's not really notable, I would say. But it gets the job done. It's done.
Do not let your bed be for nothing. An effective
And Falling Sword. Yeah, it does what? Same thing. In HOTS, it kind of deals a dot and heals allies while you're mid-air. You can see the 20 is like rapid descent, reduces cooldown. So again, I would probably change that out.
How unfortunate.
We can, yeah, compare the other 20, which... Oh, only the 20 has the bolts. By itself, it just damage and stun. Maybe buff the damage and stun a bit. I feel like it's pretty low. 50-second cooldown, a bit shorter than most.
You've been struck down.
This one increases bounce count by 2, which makes it 4. We can hit 5 targets. Increased stun duration. The secondary targets have increased stun duration. Which is a good 20, but we can just skim through its effects in Diablo 3. You can see here, this is where chance to stun came from.
Strategy is working. Nice. You've been struck down.
And then we have increases number of ricochets. Radiating fate.
I will aid you.
I don't know if I want to just change the name just to be a Diablo reference. Thinking board, increases number of ricochets. Our two ults are Blessed Shield and Falling Sword and Blessed Shield. This one, let's just
We will rise from the ashes.
Radiating Faith. Name changed to Jane and Board. And then for Falling Sword. Or it's more of a it's more like kind of like this one. A bolt every second. Kind of a combination of these two. I mean, if we remove the cooldown reduction. Actually, give me a brief moment. Okay, let's see. So this ultimate helps allies because of the unstoppable part. Maybe on the air. Heaven's Fury. Let's call this part the clouds. Or let's well, I mean, let's have it like this. Name is changed. This was Heaven's Fury. Remove cooldown. Effect. Flight duration to 4 seconds can land can land early. Heaven's Fury, name to part the clouds, remove cooldown part, flight duration to 4 seconds, can land early. So this doubles the window of your ulti, which it now deals dot or heal and heals. Where's it? That says 2 seconds. Move that regular MS. Oh, I actually did not know. Yeah, it just says 2 seconds. Okay, yeah, so that should be fine. Remove the cooldown reduction, so you have to be more mindful when you cast it. So that's fine. And we can look at her trait, Iron Skin. Yes. Just damage reduction for 4 seconds. You can use it to break free from crowd control. Here in HOTS, it makes you unstoppable, but you have to activate it first, and it gives you a flat shield. Except it is a lot. Oh yeah, she has a Gambit quest here. I would probably change it. This is what makes her a physical tank through basic attacks. I would probably do something about that. Hold your ground. 40% count. Hold your ground is good. Helps the shield be tankier. Hold your ground. I mean, there's no equivalent here. It's fine. Remove cooldown bonus. I would probably just bake that into default Iron Skin cooldown to 20 seconds. Because I feel like I don't really know many abilities above 20. Pretty rare. So I just gave that part to you for free. Speed charge. I don't know why it's tied to irons. No, actually, yeah, it's not tied to. I would. I would just remove this part. Yeah. This is why she should have a mount related ability. She has speed charge. This actually makes her invulnerable, I believe. Increased MS, she can phase. So here is just 3 seconds of mount that is unhindered by damage. Automatically dismounted. Okay. You can CC her. I mean, unless I tie the charge to irons. So she's unstoppable. Or sec. Yeah, I mean the cooldown matches. This is where the unstoppable part comes in. Probably has the increased duration. Grease. Yeah, I'm tempted to make it a part of Irons. So we have Steed Charge. Remove bonus duration. Activated by using Iron Skin. Lasts 4 seconds. Remove bonus duration. Activated by using Iron Skin. Lasts 4 seconds. Obviously matches Iron Skin duration. And she's also unstoppable because E-charge makes her invulnerable. So you can charge in with this a lot easier. I actually don't know what happens if you try to use condemn and then steed charge. I'm actually curious. Oh, perfect.
You wish to join the crusade?
Choose a talent. Choose a talent. Choose a talent. Choose a talent. Choose a
So
talent.
steed charge is like instant activation.
By the light be damned.
You can cancel it with anything, right? Yeah, you can condemn steed charge. So yeah, we move it to Iron Skin. So it'll be like that.
Yes.
Wait. That actually worked?
First blood.
Excellent.
Burn in the light.
Akarat will choose a talent.
So said that
Choose a talent. Choose a talent.
the charge is based on your movement speed? Well, it's not like you could take both anyways. So the other things, Iron Skin. What else is there? Sweep attacker. Punish. Reduces Iron Skin cooldown. That could be a thing. Roland's Legacy. Every enemy hero hit by Punish reduces Iron Skin cooldown by 1 second. So yeah, that could be a thing. So we have Thorns, which actually Crusader does specialize in. That would be the Invoker set. Thorn of the Invoker. We would make this like Genji percentage based damage. 20% of damage absorbed with Iron Skin is reflected back as damage. Something related to thorns. Yeah, let's see how Genji's is kind of warded. Makes sense for a tank to have some type of thorns. We would say something like 20% of damage taken by Iron Skin is reflected. Back. 20%. Is that a lot? You have an 800 shield. A fifth of that is maybe 180-ish. That's not that much actually. Let's say maybe like Genji's is 33. Maybe it's 30%. 30% of damage taken by Iron Skin is reflected back. Thorns of the Invoker. That one, she has like her own blade mail, reflect damage, tied to Iron Skin. This is not. Oh wait, no. Let's go over her other abilities. We have enough for Iron Skin. Free strength, gets the free mount, reflects damage, more spam with maybe hit with punish. Let's look at punish. This one. This is where the AoE comes from, kind of. Any interesting effects? Really? We could probably put, because she has supposed to increase block when you use punish. What? For getting armor tied to punish. And remove Divine Fortress. So Punish also increases physical armor by 40 for 2 seconds. If an enemy is hit. If an enemy is hit, Punish also increases physical armor by 40 for 2 seconds if an enemy is hit. Uptime is about 25%. This one increases to slow a lot. For Punish, talents in HOTS focuses on hitting 2 or more units. You can see that with the quest, hit 4. This one reduces healing, which is kind of weird. Especially since... Well, it probably doesn't make sense in the other. Let's just skim through sweep. Okay. Yeah, we can maybe make her get life. Because she doesn't... Actually doesn't have a heal other than Law of Hope. Let's say... Oh, I'm sure he has Condemn. Yeah, see, this increases armor, that makes more sense. Let's say every hero hit heals her. Holy shit. Let's say holy shock. Each hero hit by Punish restores 2% of Johanna's health. Each hero hit by Punish restores 2% of Johanna's max health. That might be too low, but I'll think about it. There's nothing else here that's interesting. Okay, attack that slows. I don't think these actually slow. Shield Bash also doesn't slow. Maybe is 4% too strong? I mean, Hogger has like, what, 8% for per dynamite? 4% sounds fine. Oh, these 2. Yeah, it's just slows. I'm removing these 2. She heals herself, so this is kind of like Lyrics swing Q. But here I'm drawing from source. I think it's kind of fine to be overlapping a bit. Roar is AoE damage. So she gets more damage if she hits multiple targets. That's fine. Roar. I'll probably change out basic things like that. Holy Fury, not really a thing on Crusader. Yeah, I mentioned Laws of Hope. This is one of her abilities. Active part adds a shield. Passive part. Maybe change Laws of Hope to... where is other? Other? Laws of Hope. And this would be changed to regeneration globes. Give 100% more healing. I think globes heal for like... I actually need to check that. They heal for like 12%? 9%. So we are doubling this to 18%. That might be a bit too high. Alright, is that too? 9% more. This thing heals, the cooldown's like pretty long though. 40 seconds, this heals 0.5% per second. 0.5% per second. Let's just make this like 75% more. So that's roughly 15% of her health, I think. One regeneration globe. So slightly weaker because 18% sounds pretty high to me. Let's see our other talents. Blessed Hammer is also a thing, which I will show you. Actually, let me just skim through the effects of this. Increase the max. Or maybe I could have like a LOLs. I'm pretty tempted. This one, this is regeneration per second. Let me first look at Blessed Hammer, and then we will decide about the LOLs. This is Blessed Hammer. It is the exact same thing as Diablo 2. Which is the Paladin's most famous ability, Blessed Hammer. I would probably remove it because even though they would never make Paladin from Diablo 2, this is, yeah, just a copycat of the Paladin skill, so not Crusader specific. I would just throw that away. I wanted to look at the other laws. It's perfect that there's 3 of them. This one increases attack speed. And more attack speed. This one is defensive. Especially resistance to elemental. This is more like spell armor. We can say this is like nearby allies have 10 spell armor. Nearby allies have 10 spell armor. Oh, this is for laws of justice. The order I'll put them in, I'll just follow this. I'm not sure if that's in-game or not. So this is Valor. Nearby allies have 15% increased attack speed. This one regenerate 1% health per second. Nearby allies regenerate 1% additional regenerate 1% additional health. 1% health per second. So this one, these are all permanents. You pick one passive. You have the region, the spell armor, or the attack speed. Matches her in game. And then we have, let's look at her next ability, Condemn. So it has a delay, and then it has bonus damage against minions and mercenaries. That's kind of more nitpicky. I'm not gonna bounce around that. So we have the vacuum, right? It pulls as the baseline kit. And then there's a mini stun. We have this one is for PvE. I don't really want more spam. You know, that helps her clear. This one makes them harder to escape from you. Also weakens them, so it's harder for them to fight back. We can... I think we can definitely... have like Unleashed, Instant Blast, Increased Radius. So yeah, I'm thinking of Unleashed. Condemn, delay reduced to 0.125 seconds, pretty much makes it instant. And then what's the radius? 5. We can have Shattering Explosion, Condemn damage and area of effect increased by 20%. So this one you can't really do... I mean, you could activate this and then still Steed Charge. And I didn't want that one. This one I switched out for bigger effects. Harder to escape. It's similar in what she does for condemn. And then maybe we'll have one more. Wait, does this not really do damage? 55 damage. It really doesn't damage. Oh. Either I might have some type of echo or greatly increased damage by like 200%. That's the third. I'll think about that one. We can move on to Shield Glare. In HOTS, we have additional charge, does more damage, even though it's not a damage ability. Charm is kind of weird. In mana. Oh, this is where Subdue came from, the 80% slow. Shield Glare. And then there is the Heal, Holy Renewal. Which I would probably switch. Shield Glare. The Final Witness. Sounds fun. The Final Witness. Shield Glare hits all around you. We could probably have an increased duration. I like 0.5 seconds. Did you use the name Zealous Glare? Zealous Glare. Shield Glare blind duration increased to 2 seconds. So I mean that's really all for her abilities. Yeah, we also have Conviction for Condemn. Increased MS. That's that thing. Not really a thing. So we can look at her passives to maybe determine some generic, to determine some other talents. There are a list of talents that I could see easier, maybe not. Let's just look at them one by one, I guess. This one isn't relevant. This is attacks. Oh, we don't really attack with her other than... No, we don't really attack. Oh, it just makes her tankier. We make armor into punish. And if you wanted either of these parts, you pick one of her laws. Righteous. Attacks restore mana. I mean, that can be a thing. She can spam more abilities. So this might be a thing. Righteous. Just righteous? Righteousness. Attacks restore... I think Uther has something at like 1, which is... I think 1.75% mana. Attack. It's this thing... 1.5%. I mean, it also has another effect. So this one, we can say attacks restore 2% of max mana. That's all it does. Mountable, blocking. Blocking's not a thing here. Attack speed. Indestructible. All Diablo 3 characters have something like this. On receiving fatal damage. Yeah, it makes sense on her too. The tank. Out of all the Diablo 3 characters, the rest are assassins or bruisers, I believe. Let's see. Equal to her maximum health for 4 seconds, 120-second cooldown. 67. Immune to damage in all forms of crowd control. Immune to all damage, all forms of crowd. And you see this? It's kind of weird because she cannot heal up herself normally. And if she has a shield, some people like Varian can just break it. So I don't know if I like anti-shield things in this game. I mean, I could just make this into invulnerability in HOTS. How many sources are there? I know Anduin. You are also unstoppable. Yeah. Let's say indestructible is actually so the difference between this is, you know, yeah, she's actually invulnerable and damage taken. She cannot die for 4 seconds. And she's also unstoppable for those 4 seconds. Like an iron skin. Indestructible. Shield changed to granting invulnerability. This is a buff. It has a very long cooldown of 2 minutes. Fits this one more. The heal per kill, you're not gonna see that. This is life steal, bonus damage. I don't really want her to have life steal as a thing. Probably prefer regeneration. I know I have this one, but that's probably all I'm going to give her. Spending mana gives you healing. Increasing healing of globes. And fortress. I already have enough physical armor. Lord. I could have something like that. Lord Commander, 50% increased effects of laws. You can only pick this if you've picked one of the laws. This could be a 20, actually, with 100% increased effect. Maybe. I'll think about it. Underground. Doesn't matter. Long arm of the law. I'm just using passive laws. Thorns. Tied to iron skin. Blocking, nothing. M's nothing. Blunt. Hammer damage, doesn't matter. Cooldown of shield grip. You probably won't have this. %100% increased effective law. 15% increased attack speed. Up to 30% permanent attack speed. 20 spell armor. This one feels kind of weak. Let's say 2%. Generate 2% health per second. And that just teaches back to being kind of strong at 4%. Let's say, yeah, 1% is... Actually, let me check how much is Stitches. He's like the regeneration master. You can heal like... I mean, you never get max stats. I've reached like 50-ish in a game. That's like 75 regen per second. At 7,500 health, I've kind of reached that level. You have like heal 2% for attack. And meat hook heals 4% per second. Which is a lot if you passively have it on. This is passive. So yeah, I would probably leave like that. Lord Commander would be the other 20. I would replace this thing, which gave Alice shield. I feel like it's just upgraded version of Storm Shield. It looks like it. You can pick your flavor of that at 13. Buff it if you wanted. Good. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 means we would be done if we finished this thing. So let's A, let's finish this, and then B, let's go over everything one more time. The laws would probably be at 3rd. Because I want to do, wait, change this. Condemn damage to damage doubled to 110. Remove bonus minion damage. This, we can call this Probably vacuum. Vacuum from 15 radius to 20 radius is 33% increase. Johanna, then 5 times 33% is, yeah, let's just say like 30%. Just rounding a bit. 30% sounds enormous. I mean, the pull is just a minor tug. It's not like it pulls them all the way to the center, right? What it sounds like. I believe that's the case. Let me just double check. I would have condemn just be area effect.
Of course. Yes, let's give it a try, shall we?
So this is 5 radius. 6.5 would be like up to here. So if you clip them just at the tip, they would be pulled like 3 rate. What's that? 19 speed times 0.178 1.1875 times 19. They're pulled 3.5. It's very effective. I think that's fine. So I was actually going to have that maybe as a 16. 30%. This one would have been this thing, which is called Raider's Wrath. Raider's Wrath condemn damage increased by 100%. Wait, so roar hits for 2.5 times damage. That's 282. Best case scenario. Double of condemn is 220. That our old damage was 165 against minion. I think double damage is fine. The vacuum is probably the 16 though. So we're healing. So let's see, she has reduced cooldowns. We just removed that. We removed hammer, which is bonus AoE damage. This is also an AoE tier of damage. We removed the healing with Laws of Hope. You could pick your law and specialize if you wanted to. Remove that. Remove slow. Punish slows and adds armor. Condemn is just pull and damage. Shield glare does one purpose. Does this heal a lot? I don't think it actually heals that much. That's fine. We have Indestructible and Lord Commander. Or, wait, 100% increased effect of laws. X, 100% increased effect of law. It won't give you all three. Once you pick a law, and then you can pick that one. The laws at 13. Which means there should be a spell upgrade at 16. We have like this one for Shield Glare, the Final Witness. Makes it amazing. Because let's see, Shield Glare range is... Whoa, it's actually really far. This will actually be enormous with 360 AoE. Oh, it's actually a missile. This with your enormous condemn. I don't know if the instant condemn is actually the stronger condemn talent. Roar might get pushed to 16. Yeah, I feel like hold your ground would be at like 1. Yeah, let's try Holy Shock at 1. So this is defensive tier, stronger shield. Or get some healing. And replace this not that old Laws of Hope for percentage-based healing. I said Roar at 16. That's small damage. Steed Charge probably stays at 7. 7 is where a lot of special talents start appearing. This is for Iron Skin. We have 16 needs a condemned talent. I would probably pick Unleash actually. So there's no delay. Very little of a delay. Yeah, all the names here came from Diablo, I think. This one is slightly off, but literally everything else came from Diablo. An item or part of her abilities. This one... Thinking before... Okay, so this is also related to Iron Skin. So you can take all the Iron Skin talents if you want to spam it, such as Steed Charge. And then I have 4, 2 at 7. And 1 at 1. These two are probably 4 and 7. The stronger one is the area effect. Maybe this is the 4. Pager's Wrath. Vacuum is at 7. Which I would actually leave Righteousness at 1, I think. We have a Iron Skin here, here, and we don't have an Iron Skin down there. I'll actually probably put this Iron Skin talent, would I put it here? You can pick Steed Charge or the Thorn. The Steed Charge. Yeah, it feels like Steed Charge doesn't really complement this one. It's over here. Yeah, you can pick the horse when you Iron Skin or damage. Reflection. I won't let you pick both because it doesn't synergize well. And then that leaves this one at 4. That's fine. Increases the blind. And this one stays at 1. Help with mana. This is done. Some base changes. This is where her physical armor went into her ability. So she has some sustain here. This one helps with Iron Skin, or yeah, increased blind duration also helps. Or you can start going pure damage, honestly. I gave Johanna a lot of damage options. You have that one, you have this one, this one. You pick a ball, this one, you know, increases your DPS if you wanted. That's also damage. We're gonna have a 2-second enormous blind. This is actually really insane. It's like a weaker Artanis. Can land early. Can land, let's say anytime. Anytime? I'll just leave it too early. This one renamed to Jenkinboard. Indestructible. Shield changed to grant. Shield changed to grant invulnerability. Grant invulnerability for 4 seconds. And then we have Lord Commander, 100% increased effect of laws. Yeah, this is Johanna. A law from source, which I think is fitting. I removed some of her slows and like this thing, and I just gave her damage instead. Well, I think that's good. Yeah, this is it for Johanna. And that's all for today. I would just probably play for another 30 minutes. This minion. Mercenary.
Commence combat preparations.
Crossbows.
Move
Huh. Toys for children.
Do not test my patience. It is not my strongest virtue.
The battle begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let the battle begin.
Yeehaw!
I am renewed. Feel my wrath.
Ah, that was fun.
Very good.
You are not as weak as you appear.
As you wish. Let none survive. Yes, I see.
Choose a talent.
That should prove useful. I'm ready to continue the hunt. Fear betrays me.
replenish your strength. Well fought.
They underestimated you.
Their failure is complete.
Right way. Well done. I see. Effective attack.
Well fought.
Double talent.
Ah, that was fun.
Untouchable.
Let us move. None survive.
So you do have weaknesses.
Swift and silent. I'm ready to continue the hunt. Let none survive.
expected outcome.
Let us move.
Their failure is complete. You are not as weak as
Kill.
a well-placed strike.
Killing spree. A successful battle. MVP.
So if you wanted to know what Johanna's or the Crusaders' other ultis are, we can check them out together. Most classes in Diablo 3 have transformation ults. Crusader is no exception. So this is hers. Transformation. I would rather not have all of them having transformations. There is these two. Either one would feel a lot more like a heroic than Blessed Shield. Isn't that picture used for Ario's Ray? This... Alright, this it follows the enemies. So this is exactly like Artanis's Purifier Beam. And we have exactly Purifier Beam in-game, so it's weird to make something similar. This is kind of like Reign of Destruction, except there are a lot less shots and there are a lot bigger explosions. Yeah, this one could feel like a heroic. Or they just chose not to. And decided to give Johanna more crowd control by giving her a stun in Blessed Shield. And Falling Sword was more of a damage ability. I don't think it gave allies unstoppable until they buffed it, because it was useless compared to Blessed Shield. I'd probably, yeah, up the base damage. It does feel really low.
Now that's a healer I can get behind.
You see Heaven's Fury. It's up to 3 allies and 3 enemies. Hits 4 times a second. So the DPS is 150. The healing's about 200 per second. Yeah, you can see why I kind of want to increase the impact damage, maybe up to like 300-ish. Then if you have the 20 talent, it deals 200% as dot, and then the impact deals about 100% damage. Which is fine. We can compare Falling Sword to some other ults like yeah, Falstead's Hinterland Blast. I think has like a 300 to 400 base damage. Yeah, 200 is really low. So especially if you use it offensively, you don't get the allies or unstoppable part. You kind of have to like pick one or the other. Either going across your allies for to purge off because of the unstoppable part, or just to dive the enemy backline.
Your killing spree is at an end.
See if we can line up on Mephisto. Is he gonna shoot with me? Yeah, okay, so final touches for Johanna. Let's see what's plus the shield damage. Oh, it's also very low because it's not for damage. Falling sword base damage increased by 50%. So that goes to about 340-ish. Also kind of high because she has to commit after she jumps in. Alright, that's it for day 12. See you next time.